Potensi, potensi mau praktisi menjadi yang percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih
Sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi, praktisi.
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Kota sejuk, kota budaya. Sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Brawijaya tentu memiliki berbagai prestasi. Pada skala nasional, Universitas Brawijaya menempati peringkat 3 perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia pada situs pemeringkatan 4ICU. Selain itu, pada skala internasional, Universitas Brawijaya berada pada peringkat 1200 dunia dan peringkat 4 di Indonesia dalam pemeringkatan World University Ranking versi Times Higher Education.
merupakan sesuatu yang harus dikedepankan untuk lahirnya talenta-talenta hebat dari
progress. Halo, halo.
Tes tes.
Cek.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and we are very delighted to welcome you to Brawijaya International Student Conference, or BISCWA 2022, organized by Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia.
Excellencies, Rektor of Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Widodo SSI MSI, PhD Med Science. The Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dr. Unti Lugdikdo SE MSI AK. The Dean Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dian Handayani SKM MKes PhD. The Vice Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, the Vice Dean Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Brawijaya, the Chairman of BISC 2022, Insinyur I Dewamade Widya MT, and Rahmat Andri Atmoko SST MT.
Ladies and gentlemen, will be 4 speakers today. The first, Associate Professor Ananda Sabil Hussein, PhD, from Universitas. Ladies and gentlemen, your series.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and we are very delighted to welcome you to Brawijaya International Student Conference BISC 2022, organized by Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia.
Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Widodo SSI, MSI, PhD, Med Science, the Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dr. Unti Ludikdo SA, MSI AK, the Dean Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dian Handayani, SKM MKes PhD, the Vice Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies Universitas Brawijaya, the Vice Dean Faculty of Health Science Universitas Brawijaya, Chairman of BISC 2022, Insinyur I Dewamade Widya MT, and Rahmat Andri Atmoko SST MT.
Ladies and gentlemen, will be four speakers today. First, there is Associate Professor Ananda Sabil Hussein PhD from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, and Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz from Tokyo, Japan, Associate Professor Ching Pao Chang from Taiwan, and Dr. Yeva Rebecca PhD from University of Pécs, Hungary. And Excellencies Coordinator of Administrative Management, Lectures and Educators Universitas Brawijaya, and also presenters and participants of BISC 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brawijaya International Student Conference BISC 2022, organized by Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia. Students worldwide gather to discuss and create solutions to global issues, especially from a creative industry perspective. The theme for BISC 2022 is Fostering Youth Innovation and Creativity for World Sustainability. This event will be held with hybrid basis for 2 days.
This event is held for 2 days from 19 until 20 December 2022. BIS's participants also participate in SI competition, and this event there are several speakers from abroad, also equipped with Indonesian culture exchange with the other countries.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experience in creating new innovations for youth empowerment in the world's sustainability. This conference will be displays presentations by international speakers that are cutting-edge sessions topic. And before we start this event, we would like to invite everyone here to pray for the smooth running for today's event. So, ladies and gentlemen, praying according to each other religions and beliefs begin.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me reading the rules. All conference participants who have registered are confirmed to have entered the WhatsApp group provided by the committee. Change format name on Zoom with participant underscore name. Follow the event in orderly manner and listen to the material well. Participants are required to be prepared 10 minutes before the conference start. If the Zoom link can be opened or participant has been fulfilled, you can directly visit BISC YouTube.
And we would like to inform to all of you about during the activity, participants are not allowed to, first, rude and obscene comment, the second, causing chaos in the discussion, Third, spreading offensive content on the discussion screen. The fourth, disseminate information and material presented. And the last is active the on-mic feature if there are no instructions from the committee.
After the material, there's a question and answer session. The question and answer session, if you want to ask the question, you must type in the format name underscore question in the chat column on the Zoom application. Participant must fill out the attendance list on the Google form, which will be given by the committee via the Zoom chat column during the conference event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we moving to the next agenda, the first agenda is singing Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. For the people in this room, please stand up. Thank you, the audience. Please have a seat.
Now we are moving to our next agenda, and we would like to hear some speeches. The first welcoming speech will be delivered by the chairman of BISC 2022, Insinyur Ideomade Widya MT. So, to Mr. Dewa, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, the Honorable Vice Rector 1 of Universitas Brawijaya, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies, the Honorable Dean of Health Science Faculty, the Honorable Vice Dean 1, Vice Dean 2, and Vice Dean 3 of Faculty of Vocational Studies and Health Science Faculty, all speaker from Japan, from Hungary, from Taiwan, and also from Indonesia, and all students who take part of this activity online or offline for this activity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Idewa Madivya. I'm a lecturer at Universitas Brawijaya and also as a chairman of Brawijaya Student Conference 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the BSc 2022 event is the second conference. We start from 2021, and this year is the series of the Universitas Brawijaya anniversary. The topic in this BSc is fostering youth and innovation and creativity. The key for the topic in this year is youth and creativity. We informed that BSc 2022 was attended by more than 250 foreign students, international students, and they come from 14 countries. And also this event will carry out for 3 days. And first day session is we will learn from 4 invited speaker, and the second day is we do for the workshop, and the third day is for the student parallel session. And also we hope this BSc successful and can help smoothly. Once again, thank you and have a great for all of us. We return to MC and good morning.
We would like to say thank you very much to Insinyur Ideoma Dewi MT as the chairman of BISC 2022 that already give the welcoming speech in this event. But before that, we would like to apologize and we would like to welcome to the Honorable, the Vice Rector 1 Universitas Brawijaya, to Professor Aulia.
Okay, moving to the next agenda. The next speech that will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Unti Ludikdo, SA MSI AK. Time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector Brawijaya, Vice Rector, Pimpinan Kedikbud, all of Dean Brawijaya University, and the other Dean Brawijaya University, and the Honorable all of speaker, and all of the participants in Brawijaya International Student Conference. I, as Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies of Brawijaya, being honored to here for Brawijaya International Students Conference. In year, Brawijaya International Student Conference show the theme fostering youth innovation and creativity for world sustainability. As part of 6 years, as Brawijaya International Student Conference have the important position because in the year, Lustrum, well, Brawijaya University, show the specific theme. There are green paradigm and innovative action for sustainable prosperity. Youth generation as an agent of change are expected to be able to think creative and simultaneously always innovate and make positive change that have a global impact. We brought for youth our generation and hope youth generation will give important role in our prosperity. Last, thank you for our committee and rector and vice rector for our conference. Inshallah, will be held again this conference in the next year. Thank you for all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Untilu Digdo SAMSI AK, for the speech.
Now, the next welcoming speech, and also to open this conference, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, to Professor Widodo, SSC, MSc, PhD, Med Science. The time is yours.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector, Dean, Vice Dean, Speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all speakers, participants of the Brawijaya International Student Conference and title Foresting Youth Innovation and Creativity for World Sustainability. And this is very important and one of the activity to achieve the goal of our vision to be internationally recognized university. This seminar, I think, important to provide opportunity for young generation to meet understanding other, and the meet also important to facilitate the next future to have global mindset. And the global mindset is really important to solve the youth problem really complex and connected through country. And with working together, we can realize sustainable development goals. And if that is going to foster vibrant and then cooperation among generation, among students from different countries. And also I would like to thank Tukinus Professor Dr. Muhammad Aziz, Associate Professor Anas Kabir Hussein, PhD, Professor Paucha, and Professor Jafar, PhD. I think with this enlightening could inspire scholarly efforts to enhance the synergy among the global students in emerging global leadership and at this moment, also, I would like to sincere thanks to all the members who have key support every possible to make the conference reality. I will also thanks to our hosts, all student participants for their supporting contributions of this conference. I think this conference is very good. I hope every participant is unique Brawijaya International Conference experience and long-lasting friendship, professional collaboration, and people memory. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya and anticipate the fruitful and productive conference, obviously I open this conference. Thank you and have a great conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to say thank you to Professor Widodo SSE, MSc, PhD, Med Science that already give the welcoming speech and also to open the ceremonial in this conference.
Okay, the next is photo session. Participant in the Zoom, please open your camera during the photo session. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. We are moving to the next agenda.
But before we're moving to the next agenda, we would like to inform to every participant, especially in the Zoom, that you have to absence in the link that already given by the committee in the chat Zoom column. So it's really important since it's obligated to every participant.
Yes, please check the column in the Zoom link.
Yes.
And you must fulfill the attendance links on the Google form.
Exactly. And before we're moving to the next agenda, we would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Marcelo Geralda.
And I'm Viola Audrey Luzia.
It is an honor for us to be able to be the host or master of ceremony in this amazing event, in these incredible occasions. And next will be a presentations, yes?
Yes, the first presentation.
Yes, the first presentation that will be guided by the moderator and continued with the presental of the matter by Associate Professor Ananda Sabelusin, PhD.
From Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia.
Exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give our first sessions today to the moderator. We would like to invite the moderator to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we'd like to move to the next agenda, and we will hold a presentation of by Associate Professor Ananda Sabil Hussain, PhD. So, for Mr. Ananda Sabil Hussain, I would like to invite you to the stage. Good morning, Professor. How's your day?
Alhamdulillah, good morning.
Good morning. So, before we move into your presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Aisha Aisha? Yeah.
All right.
And I will be your moderator for today.
All right.
So, before we start the presentation, I would love to read your CV. Let me read that. Okay, so Mr. Ananda Sabil Hussain is a Doctor of Philosophy in Research Area of Social Marketing from Faculty of Commerce from Lincoln University, New Zealand. And he also a Master of Commerce and Strategic Marketing on University of Wollongong, Australia. And he's a Bachelor of Economics specialized in Finance and Management in Brawijaya University, Indonesia. Okay, I think that's all about the CV. Oh, we would love to hear the presentation from you. So the time is yours. Over there.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. So how many minutes I'm allocated?
I think it's around 10 minutes.
How many?
Uh,
1 hour.
yeah.
Including the question and answer if there is. All right. Okay, I will spend not more than 50 minutes, so the rest can be used for question and answer, right?
Thank you.
Because if too long, it will make you sleepy. So including you are in the Zoom, yeah. So it is connected to the Zoom as well, right?
Yeah, it all connected to the Zoom meeting too.
All right. Okay, everyone. So how are you today? I hope everyone is good. So if there is Prof. Unti as well, so nice to meet you. How are you, Pak Unti? I hope Pak Unti is good and health, and also for all of the Dean for the Fakultas Vokasi. Selamat pagi, sehat selalu Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu. And also all of my colleagues in the Faculty of Vokasi. Good morning, and I really hope for your health. Okay, teman-teman in here, my friends, my students, my fellows. So I think I have been introduced by the Mbak moderator. Yeah, my name is Dr. Ananda Sabil, so you can call me Pak Sabil, yeah, because like call Dr. Ananda or Mr. Ananda it sounds like weird. So better for you to call me Pak Sabil later in our discussion, yeah, including you are in the Zoom. Okay, today I'll give you, I think there is a, this is one or not? No.
About the PPT.
There is a slide or not?
Yeah, I think.
So the slide will be here, or I need to operate from my...
Did you send it to the committee?
I sent already, actually.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait.
So,
I think.
so how the committee? If I just, there is a slide here for the participant, or?
I think we will have to wait for that.
All right, just make it, yeah, so, yeah, it's okay. Okay, everyone, so basically today I will discuss about, I will give a speech about business innovation. Yeah. Because there is no slide, I don't know whether the slide will be here or not, but the most things is I want to share something with you. Because I saw in our reality now, there are many young generation like you and also the student on the Zoom that most of you are willing to be an entrepreneur, right? Maybe in my age, people like want to be a professional. We want to work in Unilever, for example, or Nestle, or the multinational company. But for the young generation like you, people would like you really want to make a startup business, right? Because being entrepreneur is definitely give more money, yeah, and also give more freedom, yeah. I believe that people will think that, oh, I want to be entrepreneur because being entrepreneur is, yeah, it give you more freedom. You will earn money more than just only working as a professional or maybe like me as a civil servant. You know civil servant? Civil servant is pegawai negeri. Yeah. Pegawai negeri doesn't give you much money, so don't be a civil servant. Yeah. Being a good entrepreneur will be great. All right. Because I learned that there are many people would like to be an entrepreneur, then I learned that actually how to be a good entrepreneur. There are 3 characteristics actually for being a good entrepreneur. First, if you want to be a good entrepreneur, you need to be innovative. That's our topic today. How to be innovative in business. Second, you need to be brave enough to take a risk. You know, take a risk? But talking about risk is a very tricky. Yeah, I tell you, tricky. I give you an example, a very good question, Mbak Aisyah. So which one is more riskier? Which one is riskier? Jumping from the top of the building, yeah, jumping from the top of that building or jumping from the second floor of this building. Which one is more riskier? Which one is riskier?
Of course, jumping from the top of the building.
Nah, see, this is so tricky, Mbak. The riskier activity is jumping from the second floor of this building. Why? Because risk is about uncertain. Something that you don't know the result. Jumping from the top of the building, 99% I know the result. You will meet the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or your God. But jumping from the second floor of the building, nobody's know. Maybe you will meet Prof. Unti in the hospital, or maybe you just come go the soccer field to play soccer. Nobody's know. So risk is about uncertain. To be an entrepreneur, you need to brave enough to take a risk because entrepreneur will face many uncertainty. We won't talk about that one in this session, but I give you a small thought. Yeah. And the third characteristic, if you want to be a good entrepreneur, is proactive. If you want to be entrepreneur, you cannot stay at home just doing nothing or just watching reels or FYP, or just asking, kamu tanya. No, you can't do that one. You have to do something. Yeah, so those three characteristics are the important characteristic of to be entrepreneur. So today I will focus on the first characteristic, which is innovation. All right? Before I talk with innovation, I have a small story. Maybe all of you are my kid, yeah, because I enrolled the university at 2001. I started university at 2001 at the Faculty of Economics at that time. It was 21 years ago, yeah. So when I enrolled to the university, there was a bakso seller. You know bakso, right? Yeah, in English we say meatball, ya Mbak ya. But in bahasa we say bakso. I met a bakso seller. Let's say his name is Cak Abil. Let's say that his name is Cak Abil. So at 2001, Cak Abil was selling bakso. I graduated from the university at 2004. Do you know what he was doing? Apa kira-kira Mbak? What he was doing, Mbak? Selling bakso. I went to the University Wollongong at 2005 and I continued my PhD in the Lincoln University in New Zealand, and I graduated in 2013. I came back to Brawijaya. What he was doing, Mbak?
Selling the bakso.
Selling bakso. And now when I'm standing here, what is Cak Abil doing?
I think he owned a company, maybe.
He is still selling bakso, Mbak. If you want to know, come to the Faculty of Economics. Between the Faculty Law and Economic, there is a bakso seller. He was selling bakso since 25 years ago. So the big question is Cak Abil is an entrepreneur or is he a bakso seller? What do you think? No debate, he is a bakso seller. But it is a debatable whether he is an entrepreneur or not. If he is a bakso seller, he must be in the 5 years he has a restaurant. In the next 10 years, he has a lot of branches. Maybe in the 20 years, he has franchise. So because an entrepreneur, you need to be innovative. You need to be able to take risks, and you need to be able to be proactive. If you're just doing the same thing repeatedly, then you're just only doing a business as usual. So please, now, whatever your background, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you need to put on your mind that an entrepreneur must be innovative, brave enough to take risks, and proactive. All right? Please put in your mind. Okay, now we go to our session. We are talking about innovation. Another question is why I'm talking about design thinking for innovation. I have another story. I have a lot of story, Mbak, actually. Well, like this. Few times, many times actually I watch on, no I watch, I see, no actually I open the secret, yeah. Sometimes I walk into some places and I see in Indonesia we have LIPI. You know LIPI, right? Now we have BRIN. And also in our university, in Brawijaya University, our lovely university, I saw that almost every month we have a champion. Oh, this faculty make this technology, there is a new patent, there is new HKI, you know HKI, copyright, yeah? But the problem is, why there is no Tesla from Brawijaya? Why there is no commercial product from Brawijaya? Because sometimes when we make a new thing, we are very creative. But the problem, once it's been done, it just to be an innovative thing. It's just only a new thing. So, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you need to make an innovation that will meet, you know, not mad crazy, meet the people needs and wants. So you need to make something that can satisfy your audience. It will be useless. Sir, I make a brownies. From what? I make a brownies from, let's say, kulit salak, sir. Okay, that the product is innovative, but the problem is there somebody want to buy? If nobody want to buy, so what is it for? I want to make but it's different. I went to supermarket, I saw there is a rice from porang. Oh, it was very innovative product because porang is easy, yeah, that's a very healthy and it's good for your diet. So for the person, porang is nice to be a rice. But for the other people, how to make a brownies but by using the kulit salak? It's just only for going to the competition. Yes, it's a new thing, but nobody want it. Yeah, so make innovation based on your target audience. And that's why I bring the title Design Thinking. Okay, now we are talking about innovation. What is innovation actually? If we are here, innovation is a process by which a domain, a product, or a service is renewed. So it means we are talking about renewal, to make something new. But the key point is applying new process, introducing new technique, or establishing successful idea to create new value. In business, the things that we sell actually is not the product or service. In business that we sell actually value. Do you understand what I mean? Value is something behind the product. For example, this is iPhone, this is mobile phone. Fine. But actually I bought this one not because this is iPhone, not because this is mobile phone. But we bought this thing because I need the value offered by this as mobile telecommunication, as a multimedia entertainment, yeah? Or maybe for some people, maybe to increase the prestige, whatever it is. But they buy the value actually. So this is innovation. All right, please, next. So when we are talking about innovation, there are two agendas in here. First is about creating product, technology, service, and space that people love. So the idea here is the people love. So if the product is not loving by the people, then it will be useless. And the second thing is overcoming complex business technological, social problem with new idea, process, and business model. So it means innovation is not only on the product itself. Yeah, so when you want to make a business, never think, okay, I make a new product. I make a cappuccino cincau with something, ting. Yeah. Okay, the product is new, but you're just selling as a usual thing. So what is the innovation then? So innovation, but we can see on the Gojek. Gojek changed our life. Yeah, Gojek make innovation in terms of business model. Last time, when you go to somewhere by using Bluebird or let's say, what is the taxi in Malang? Taxi Citra. Yeah, Taxi Citra. So, do you think Taxi Citra and Bluebird and also Gojek, they have the same business model? They have a different business model, everyone. For like example, if you are talking about Taxi Citra or Bluebird, then the driver and also the taxi is an asset. But for Gojek or Grab, the taxi, the car itself, and the driver, they are a partner. They are key partners. So it means the cost will be different. Now that's why we innovate, or Gojek did innovation in terms of the business model. So please put in your mind that innovation is not only about product. You can do innovation even in process, even on the business model, not only on the product. Ya, do not trap. You know trap? Jangan terjebak only on product innovation. Okay? Next, Mbak or Mas, whatever you are. Okay, so when we are talking about the mindset, if you want to be a good innovator, you want to be good, have a good innovation, or you want to be innovative person, you need to have a mindset. First, break the rule. This is sometimes very hard for Indonesian, because since we are little child, our parents sometimes say, oh no, don't do that, you have to do this, don't do that, you have to do this. So we're not creative enough to do something more beyond our creativity. On the Western, I visited one of kindergarten when I accompanied my daughter, my little daughter, when I was in New Zealand. I asked to the teacher, why the teacher didn't teach a little kid not painting ya, coloring. You know coloring, Mbak? Mewarna. I asked her, why you not let the children coloring in this school? Do you know what's the answer? The answer that if we teach coloring, then we will make a limitation in terms of creativity. I say, how come? Because in coloring you will say that mountain is blue, sky is blue, leaf is green, wood is brown. But we know that actually little child, they have their imagination. If he wants or she wants to the mountain is orange, it's up to her, right? Or up to him. Dia mau buat sawah warnanya coklat, he wants to make mountain the color is red, it's up to him. That's his color. But when we are coloring, oh no, it must be the color this, that, right? So we make a limitation. So that's why if you want to be innovative, try to break the rule. The second one is collect idea from everywhere. This is what I said at the beginning, yeah. What I said that don't just stay at home. Open your mind. You can have many ideas from everywhere, from every person. If you just stay at home, play TikTok from morning to the night, then you won't get anything. Yeah, maybe you can say, I can get idea from TikTok, sir. Yeah, but it's a very small limitation. That's very small sources. You need to go somewhere. Yeah, you need to collect idea from everywhere. The third one, believe in the impossible. Believe in impossible. Years ago, who believed that we can go maybe, who believed that maybe the car can go by using electricity? People think that, oh, car is only with the petrol, with the benzene. But now, everyone, aim to have an electric car. Years ago, who can believe that maybe we can go to the moon? But in 60s, Neil Armstrong been in the moon already. So we want to be innovation, make believe with the impossible. And then the last one, put together an innovation team of individual with different perspective and thinking style. When you want to make innovation, do not make it by yourself only. You need to have a team. Because if you just only rely on yourself, then you have many limitations. You discuss with many people and make a strong team to enhance the innovation. Yeah? So this is the mindset for innovation. So if you want to do innovation, these are the mindset that you need. Next. Okay, sometimes we have problem with innovation. Sometimes when we do innovation or we are doing innovation, we will face some design problem. Sometimes we know about the utility, but people doesn't need about the design. So the product will be useless. So that's why we need to know what kind of design will help you to make innovation. Because in innovation, there are two things that need to be considered. First is about the utility, and the second is about the design itself. So now we're talking about design thinking. Next, Mbak. Okay, when we are doing design thinking, now this is very interesting, yeah. When you want to do innovation and you want to make design by using design thinking, you need to remember there are 6 steps that need to be done. First, we call a definition. After you do definition, we go for doing research. But do not expect research same like what you're doing with your skripsi. Yeah? No, it's research, the other research actually. And then doing interpretation, ideation, that's make idea. And then you make a prototype of product. And the last one is doing evaluation. I will explain one by one after this. Next. Okay, first with a definition. Yeah, next. Okay, before you doing definition here, it means we define actually what is the problem. Because when you are doing innovation, then it means you try to solve other people's problem. If you make something new, but you're not solving any problem, then it will be useless. So when you're doing solving problem, there are 3 types of problem. First, we call as known knowns. Known knowns means you know the problem, you know the solution. Or maybe you known and unknown. Known and unknown, you know the problem, but you don't know what's the solution. And the last one is unknown and unknown. Unknown and unknown, it actually you don't know what's the problem. And also you don't know what's the solution. So these 3 possibilities will happen when you're doing innovation. Especially the last one. Because sometimes, we don't know actually the problem, but actually the problem exists. And of course, because we don't know what's the problem, we don't know how to solve it. Yeah, but you have to remember or you have to concern with these 3 problems. Next. Well, when you want to make innovation, the key success factor in the definition is try to frame the challenge. It means you need to really know actually what is the problem faced by the people. Let's say, if you want to make a coffee shop, when you want to make a coffee shop, you need to know actually what is the needs of the problem or the problem for people going to the coffee shop. There are many possibilities, but if you go to the coffee shop, actually what is your problem, Mbak?
I want to drink coffee.
Maybe some people, they go to the coffee shop because the problem is they want to have a very good coffee. Right? But it's maybe different with myself. For me, I go to the coffee shop because my problem, I need a place to sit, to work for my activity, let's say. So it means we have a different problem. So when you want to make innovation, you really need to know what problem you want to solve. You want to solve the problem about you providing a very good coffee, or you want to provide place for the people like me. Yeah, so it is need to be clear at the beginning. All right, next. So that's why when you want to define the problem, you need to concretization. Concretization means you make something abstract or blurry like that to be very clear. Yeah, you have to concretize. You need to make something abstract or blur to be concrete. So the problem that you want to solve is clear enough. So never say that, "Pa, I want to make a coffee shop." What kind of coffee shop? Yeah, just a coffee shop lah, as usual coffee shop. Yeah, what kind of coffee shop? You need to be specified what kind of coffee shop actually. That's why you need to be concrete, yeah, to make it clear. So concretization is important. Next. Well, and then after that, after you can define what actually the problem, you need to specify into what actually the question. It's like, oh, Pak, it's like our skripsi, Pak. Yeah, when you want to make the innovation, actually you need to be precise. You know, precise, you need to be very accurate in terms of proposing the problem. So you can use the technique of HMW or how might we. How might we will be a guideline for you. It will guide you to make innovation. Because in how might we, it will bring you a question like what you want to solve. Next. For example, like this one. Like how might we to, for example, a successful company? Yeah, you can, but it's too broad, right? Or maybe, how might we improve the blah, 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 blah? It's too narrow. So, how might we question? It must be right. For example, the right challenge definition. How might we improve the sales of our dealers at remote location? So, you know that you want to improve your sales in the remote location. Then you need to have an innovative business process then. If you just say that, okay, how might we more successful company? Oh, that's too broad. Yeah? So you need the proper definition of your challenge. So innovation can be everywhere. And you need to have question that will guide you to solve the problem. Next. Okay. The second phase, research. Well, this is very interesting. Once you know actually what the problem, the next thing is like you have to find actually many data. So when you want doing a research, when you want to do an innovation, when you say that, Pak, I want to make, let's say, a boba shop, Pak. Kan, because we know lah, today boba is very kekinian ya. Everyone talking about boba and boba. Okay, so you want to make a boba shop. Okay, so what's the problem? Okay, how might we create a boba product that can assist people in summer? Jadi bagaimana kita bisa memuaskan keinginan orang minum boba di musim bukan ini ya, this is not apa in Indonesia apart from
Kemarau.
Musim kemarau, in the dry season ya. Musim kemarau. Jadi you want to specify the boba can satisfy in the musim kemarau. Okay, you got the point. You got the question already. So when you want to do that one, you need to do research. Yeah, you need to do research to understand actually what the people needs and what your customer wants. Because when you want to make a business and your business based on you, then you are the person who want to buy that one. You need to know the other people needs and wants. Next, Mas, whatever you are. Okay, research is defining, the research phase start by defining the target user group. It means on the research you have to understand your target audience. You need to know them. Who person will buy your product? For example, it will be different. Me, I'm a lecturer. I'm on the age of 40, for example. Of course, my preference of boba is different with Aisyah. Ya? With Maisha. For example, for me, maybe when I bought the boba, when I'm buying boba, oh, less sugar. I'm afraid of diabetes. Maybe Maisha, oh, okay, still normal sugar with the ice, with the boba, with the cream cheese, and whatever that one. But for me, or maybe for Prof. Unti, you offer the boba, of course it must be less sugar, it must be health enough. Why? The segment is different. So when you want to make innovation, you really need to know who is your target market. Who is your target audience? You cannot make it, I want to make something for everyone. For everyone. No, you can't. Yeah, you need to specify into the specific target audience. Next. Well, in the design thinking, or before the design thinking, normally we were on product centricity. We centered on the product. So we, as a customer, are pushed to make match with the product. But now, customer is getting clever. We are getting smarter, right? We can get information from everywhere. So now you can't do that. Now you have to be customer-centered. We have to human-centered. You understand why human-centered? Human-centered means when you make a product, your product must be oriented to be your target audience. You cannot make like, oh, I just have this product, then if you want to buy, you can buy. If you don't want to buy, you don't need to buy. Then you go bankrupt then. Make a product that can fulfill the needs and the wants of your target audience. That's the human-centered or customer centricity because the paradigm shifting. Next, Mas. In doing research, there are two things that you need. First, the ability to do observation. So doing research in design thinking is simple. You just need to be observer. You need to be a good observer. For example, I want to make a coffee shop. Okay, before you make coffee shop, go to the current coffee shop in Malang. You come there, you sitting in the corner, but do not go to sitting on the corner and play TikTok, yeah? No, it's useless. You go to the restaurant, to the other restaurant, the other coffee shop, you sitting on the corner and you observe what actually happened on the cafe. What people buy, what people like, what the customer need, what customer doesn't need or doesn't want, what they are doing in the coffee shop. You try to observe what are they doing there. Yeah? Then after that, you will make something based on your observation. Well, observation is a method to understand individual behavior in the surface or on the surface. You know surface? On the permukaan. So if you want to make it deeper, then you need to do an interview or ask a question. So in doing research, two things are important. First, observation. Second is interview. So before you make a new product or before you start your business, do this one first. Do this thing. You observe actually what your customers want and needs and try to understand their preferences. Yeah, you need to know. Maybe you can interview 10 people, 20 people, and you can understand actually what they want. All right? So in the research, you need those two skills. Next. Okay, now after you doing a research, you got the data, right? After you got the data, you need to interpret them. You need to analyze them. In the phase 3, in the third stage, is interpretation stage. What is interpretation stage? Interpretation stage. Next. Okay, the aim of interpretation phase is to analyze research data, detect pattern. Now, why pattern? Because when you observe, let's say 10 cafe, then of course there is a pattern. Oh, if the person is the student, university student, they will buy maybe a cup of coffee, but they will stay there one for 5 hours. If they are a family, they will stay with the family, 5 or 6 people. They will order many food and drink, but they are very short terms. Or maybe for the worker, they just buy one cup of coffee and left suddenly, or just very quick. So there will be a pattern. Based on the pattern, you will get the information. Recognize the pattern, and then generate actionable insight that from creative solution idea. So based on those patterns, you can make a conclusion. What will you do based on those information? That's why this is interpretation. Next. The most practical way to overcome the difficulty interpreting data is to visualize the research data. So when you got the data, visualize it. Yeah? Okay, next. All right, I still have another 10, 15 minutes, yeah. This is the some interpretation technique. Yeah, some interpretation technique that you can use. First, you can use empathy mapping. So empathy is needed when you want to make innovation. Empathy, what is empathy? Try to feel like what your target audience, let's say like this one. You want to make innovation in terms of this room. You will see, Pak Sabil as a speaker, seems he is feel too hot. Feels he is tired standing in the front. Then you will feel like what I'm feeling. Then you will say, okay, I want to make an innovation about the meeting room. Oh, the meeting room must be like this, with the standing place, with the nice place. Now, you will do that because you will feel what your customer feeling. Yeah? Empathy is trying to understand what the other people feel. So you make an empathy mapping. Then you also can use mind mapping. And also journey map, affinity diagram, and cause effect diagram. Actually, this is more technical, yeah, so you can actually find by yourself, but the idea, those techniques commonly used in interpretation. Next. But in interpretation, there are 3 things that you need, 3 skills. Yeah, when you want to interpret the data, you need to be more empathized, empathy. You can't interpret the data if you don't have any empathy. Yeah, you need, misalnya, for example, you go for eating bakso. You need to know what kind of bakso. Then you will feel, oh, the bakso people, like this, but they hard to cut it. Oh, the bakso, something, because people want to have a bakso with a bit spicy. So you can think what they feel. Ya, Anda bisa ikut merasakan ya apa yang dirasakan mereka. Then it's a good thing. Second is a pattern recognition. You recognize the existing pattern. The pattern exists. So you can make a conclusion based on several point of view because you make a pattern of it. Pattern, you know pattern, right? Pattern is a pola. Yeah, because in behavior there are many patterns. Then you need to recognize the trend on the pattern. Okay? The last one is intuition. Yeah, in business, intuition cannot be separated. Even the business person like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, intuition still needed, although intuition is maybe 10%. But without this 10%, the 100% cannot be achieved. So you still need to have intuition. All right? So this is interpretation skill. Next. Next. I explained already. Next. Next. All right. The 4th phase is idea generation. First, you know the problem. Second, you do the research. Third, you interpret the result. The data. Once you got the data, the 4th thing is you generate the idea. I know the problem. I did the research, I got the data. Now time for me to think about what innovation will be generated. So on the idea generation, this is the place for you. This is the place for us to generate the idea. Next. All right, the objective of idea generation phase is to find creative idea that will solve the target audience challenge. The pace in which terms creativity and imagination should be at the top level. So in this space, you need to be open-minded. You can use your creativity. You can use your imagination. Because in generating idea, if you just solve the problem by the current business process, then it will be innovative. That's why in business, you need to be creative person. Creativity is very important in this space. Use your imagination. Yeah? Imagination is important. You imagine, okay, I want to have the motorbike that can be this, that, this, that. Then use your imagination to solve the problem. Maybe when we feel like, oh, okay, Pak, last time we only have a bicycle. Oh, no, I mean like the car. But I want someday the car that can fly, Pak. So if there is a traffic jam, we can fly. That's my imagination. That's the people imagination. But now they try to make it. Yeah, that's why I use imagination when you're doing idea generation. Next. All right, this is the some techniques. Yeah, actually there are many, but this is the common technique that we use. Brainstorming, brainstorming to discuss. Brain dump, and then reverse brainstorming. Benchmarking, of course, benchmarking you need for benchmarking. Yeah. Because if you don't know what is the competitor does, then you can't make any innovation. So you need to do benchmarking. Benchmark is membandingkan. Ya. You go to the other place and have a look what they are doing. So you need to have benchmarking. Prioritization and value proposition canvas. So those six techniques actually the common technique that can be used in design thinking. Yeah, because we only have 1 hour, so I can't discuss one by one. Because in effective economic, we discuss one technique for 1 meeting. So that's why like we just talk in general. If you want to know more, you can learn from, of course, from the person who understand. Yeah. Next. This is the skill that you need in idea generation. First is improvisation, and then you need to have thinking out of the box and creativity. Okay, we discuss one by one. Okay, next. All right, we are talking about improvisation. The act of generating creative solution for problem without a lot of upfront preparation. So improve, you try to improvise. Yeah, in bahasa we make it like improvisasi. Yeah, we try without thinking a lot. Okay, it happened, and then what we can do. So improvisation. This is the ability to perform spontaneously. So in the spontaneous way. Spontaneously a way to encourage creativity. So by spontaneous thing, we try to encourage our creativity. So when you do the idea generation, improvisation is very important. Next. Thinking out of the box. It's very related with creativity, thinking out of the box. We try to break the rule. So, make a paradigm shift, prevent shallow either or situation, don't make it dangkal, we make it think deeper, and then approach problem from different point of view. This is thinking out of the box. Next. And last one, of course, creativity. You need to be creative, when you want to make idea generation. So creativity, sometimes it is very hard, for the some person that not really creative. But you can to be creative if you go somewhere and collect many idea. Next. The 5 phase is prototyping. In design thinking, is very important. Because when you got the idea, do not make it in the real product first. You need to make a prototype product. Why? Because the prototype product is the product that will be tested. If you make the real product, once you got the idea, there is a possibility that your product will not be accepted by your consumer, by your customer. So it will be great if you make the prototype first and your prototype will be tested to the target audience. Yeah, so in the fifth phase is prototyping. Next. Yeah, good design is a result of several iterations. So good design is not only a one iteration, it must be based on several iterations. Iteration is a cycle of doing something. So you cannot say that I make one product and straightforward it happen. You need to make many times until you get the point. For example, when you want to make a, let's say a milkshake boba, it is impossible. You make it once and then it's suddenly perfect. You need to make it many times, then you can get the perfect one that suits with your customer. So it needs many iteration. Yeah. Iteration is cycle of doing something, testing and improving, and also retesting. Yeah, so it's like a cycle. You need to make, test, retest again, try again, make until you got the perfect one. The most efficient method of iterative design is prototyping. By using prototyping, you will not spend a lot of money or a lot of resources. So make prototyping. Next. Well, two techniques in prototyping: low fidelity prototyping and storyboard technique. I will very quick in here. For low fidelity prototyping, when you want to make a prototype, the prototype is focused on the utility, not on the design. So if you want to make a boba that one, the most important thing is the boba, whether it's good taste, like what the customer preference or whatever, is about the utility, not about the design. The design is later. We talk about the design later. Okay. Give me another 2 minutes, yeah. I will finish this one. And then the next one is storyboard technique. Storyboard technique is a technique that commonly used when you want to make innovation in service. When you want to make a service innovation, then storyboard will be useful. Because you will make a story. The sequence of from one step to the other step can be depicted or can be figured on the storyboard technique. So those two things you can use when you're doing prototyping. Next. Okay, I explained this already. Next. The last one. The prototyping skill. You need to think. First is visual thinking. Yeah, you need to visualize what your idea. You need to implement this. And the last one is simplicity. When you want to make innovation, do not think in a very complex. Make it simple. Right? So these two things are needed. Next. The last one is evaluation. Well, actually, evaluation is the last phase of design thinking. When you got the prototype, don't forget to evaluate. You need to have some parameters. You need to have some indicators. When you test, you evaluate your prototype. When it passed the evaluation, then you can commercialize. Otherwise, if it is not past the evaluation, you need to rethinking again about your prototype product. Well, so those six steps actually are the sequential. You cannot go from define challenge suddenly to the evaluation. So it must be passed one by one. Yeah. So if you do this step, then it is believed that your innovation will be useful. Well, I guess that's my presentation for today. I spent maybe 47 or 48 minutes. Well, I still have a time. Maybe if you have a question or you have some thought you want to share, please welcome. Thank you, Mbak Aisha.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for the insightful presentation from Pak Sabil. Now we will move into the Q&A session. So if there's anybody who wants to ask a questions, please just raise your hand. And for the Zoom meeting, if you have any question, please just raise your hand or just write down your questions to the chat box. Okay, maybe by waiting for that, I would like to ask some question for you, sir. Yeah, but it's not about innovation, but still about how to be a good entrepreneur. So I would love to ask, because not many people are born by brave enough to take risks. So how do we manage to train that so we could brave enough to take risks?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, yeah. Because risk, the things that you have to understand, risk cannot be eliminated. Risk cannot be avoided. All activities must have risk, but risk can be reduced and can be managed. Yeah, so risk cannot be avoided. So how to train us to be a good, or to brave enough to take risk? First, in my point of view, if you want to brave enough to take risk, you need actually have many plans. Because like, as I said, the risk definitely cannot be avoided. But by having many plans, then if you know that this plan is not working, you can jump to the other plan. Then it means we can manage. If the risk happen, what will you do? So we not stuck in the one things. And the second one, in my opinion, in my perspective, how we train ourselves to brave with a risk is you need to understand actually the whole area of your business. If you don't have any information and idea, then definitely will happen in the future. Because risk is asking about uncertain thing. For example, if I want to make a warung boba, then if I don't understand about the boba industry in Malang, then when I make a boba, then suddenly nobody will buy. So the risk will be very high. But if, for example, I know, okay, boba is sometime for the young people, but the boba must be this, that, then I will understand. If my boba is not working, then what is the alternative of doing this? So I think those things is important when we want to train or to increase our bravery in terms of facing risk.
Thank you so much, sir. So maybe the audience want to ask questions. Please just raise your hand. Okay. Please stand up, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Farida Putri and I'm from Gajah Mada University. I would like to ask, we as a young generation, we like to, try something new by being an entrepreneur, but somehow to managing and maintaining the creativity from trying something new. We mostly we're just scared because we actually know we are a Gen Z generation, so we have a pressure from our old generation. We are not, we have to do the professional things before doing the entrepreneur things. So what we have to do to, manage that things, kind of like that. Thank you.
This is very interesting, Mbak. In our school of thought, mostly we make a joke. Actually, a young generation doesn't need to teach about entrepreneur, but parents need to teach about entrepreneur, because parents still have a old-fashioned perspective. Yeah, why? But then they cannot blame the old generation or our parents, because being an entrepreneur, you come into something uncertain. Who can guarantee you that you will survive with this business? So that's why, like, yeah, actually, we need to discuss and we need to give a proof to our old generation that being entrepreneur is a good choice, actually. So I strongly suggest you, if you want to be entrepreneur, first, do not put your effort into one thing because you need to have a portfolio. When this business is not working, you still live with the other things. But it must be relate each other. Yeah, it must relate each other. For example, if you work in a boba and a coffee shop, okay, you make a coffee shop. For a while, you make a coffee shop. But do not stop on the coffee shop. If you learn about the business model canvas, have you heard about the business model canvas? It's a canvas that depicted some activity in business. Then there is a revenue stream. On the revenue stream, we need to think, except selling a coffee, what can other activity can be added? Okay, once you're done with the coffee shop, okay, I will make it a barista school, for example. So once you finish with the coffee shop, you open the barista. Okay, barista school, okay. Then what can we do? Okay, I will sell not only the coffee, but I will sell a coffee bean, for example. So it means you have three businesses. The coffee shop, barista school, and also the coffee bean shop, for example. So we will tell to the people that, okay, my business actually enlarged. So that's thing I think you can do to prove to the parents that actually we are serious. So that's the things, the idea that we need to do to handle this kind of objection from the old generation.
Is that clear enough, sir? Okay, good.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Atif. I'm from Pakistan. I'm studying Master in Economics, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Yogyakarta. My question is about you say innovation, but I say innovation, motivation, interest, and your patience. For example, if I open the business, maybe 1 month, 2 months, no consumer, no customer. So mostly people, for example, 1 month business think is collapse or maybe some loss, they change the mind. I think it's my view. Business depends on the your consequence. You must be constant. And like for example, my family say you just job because they just think short-term success. According to you, business is high risk. So I think if I start business, maybe take a time 1 year, 2 year depends on my luck. Sometimes mostly people say success like short time. So like for example, my family say like you just job. Uh, for that. For that reason, I will just like apply for the scholarship. I got scholarship after 3 years, and in Indonesia I'm independent. I can do anything. So I plan to starting with Indonesia with Indonesian people because I'm independent. I can do anything. So I think passion is important or no because every business not success like 1 month, 2 months. Like mostly successful entrepreneur like Steve Jobs is like a take a time like maybe 1 year, 3 months is long story. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Atif Yasin. Yeah, Atif.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, uh, yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, passion is important because, like, if you don't have a passion in business, then yeah, of course, we cannot be entrepreneur for sure because, like, endurance is also needed. So, okay, but the thing happening here is like this. Um, yeah, I agree that business sometimes cannot be the success cannot be achieved in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, even in a year. Yeah, sometimes we need years to achieve the business success. Yeah. Yeah, so persistence and also motivation and passion is needed. They are needed if you want to be an entrepreneur. Because like those things will be the foundation. Yeah, it is the foundation when you want to be an entrepreneur, because like when you give up in the first time you fail, then of course the sustainability of your business cannot be achieved. So that's thing like yeah, of course like that's why like what I suggest to the person that want to start the business, they need to think about the reason why they want to be the business person, why they want to be the entrepreneur. Once they got the reason, then they will being an entrepreneur. But actually, that's not about the entrepreneur. Actually, who the person who wants to be a business. Then once you love about the business, you can start to be an entrepreneur. Like actually, what my example with the person who's selling the bakso. Of course, what the 20 years he was selling the bakso. It's a very long period of selling. Of course, he loved his work, right? But passion of selling the bakso, it's maybe one thing. Maybe there is a possibility. It's not about passion, but I don't have anything to do. Yeah, that can be a motivation. Or maybe I love doing this because I don't have any pressure. I don't have any boss. The boss is myself. So it will be the motivation. But once you being a business person, you need to go to the further step, which is to be an entrepreneur. Then to be an entrepreneur, you need to be innovative, you need to be proactive, and you need to be risk taking. But the foundation of business, of course, is the persistence and endurance. Because if you don't have those things, then your business, of course, won't work. So that's the thing. I don't know whether it is answer your question or not, but maybe.
Yes, it's good answer, but mostly time people confuse like they think business always be big one, but is my view always entrepreneur become first labor. First become labor, they know everything about the business, then become the entrepreneur. I mean, in my life, all of the seen entrepreneur, they were first in labor, not business. Mostly people think we become entrepreneur first, they think that no, first labor, after that entrepreneur. The second thing, business not will be always big, always start zero, zero, one, two, three, and so on. Maybe the first step is online, the second is your profit is increasing and you start. The end of the thing maybe you say is possibilities. It's my quotation, possibilities possible, but two things very important. Your self-confidence and you believe in Allah. Maybe it's your religion doesn't matter. You just self-confidence is very important. Thank you so much.
Yeah, interesting, yeah. For the first one, yeah, like labor and then being a good entrepreneur. But how to say in English actually? But this is Indonesian proverb. Like last generation, they say that we learn from our mistake. Ya, kita belajar dari kesalahan kita kan gitu ya. So yeah, we learn from our mistake. But I think in this digital era, we don't need to hurt first, right? We don't need to jatuh dulu baru feel hurt. But I will learn from her fail. No, no, not you. From other people fail for being my success. I think because years ago the information is not as much as today. So we can learn from other people failure. Then we need to be fail first to be success. So we need to be labor first to learn all things, yeah, and then to be an entrepreneur. But I think today we can learn from other people ways. So that's why like this is a debatable point of view, but I think in this modern era, the perspective is quite different and it changed. And the second thing, I think like this. If people, the last generation, say that we start the business from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then like increase, right? But you can see, yeah, in Indonesia, there is a Gojek. There is many startup business like Bukalapak. And then what else? The other Indonesian startup. They make a very, not only a jump, but it's like a fly. Maybe they're not only from the zero, yeah, they start from zero, but they suddenly maybe 4 or 5 because of the leverage of economics. Yeah, they have a leverage. So they have the context on the startup business is different. Last time we are talking about the profit, but today people talking about the valuation. No matter how much profit you get, as far as your business is high value, have valuation, then it means you become success. Many business actually they don't provide many profits. But because people value the business so high, then the business is getting more interesting. Let's say everyone, like maybe Bukalapak or maybe Gojek. Actually, they spend a lot of money. They call it bakar uang. You know bakar uang? Bakar uang. They burn the money to give a discount. Then if we calculate the profit, actually they don't provide many profit. But why the name is getting better? Because people give a valuation to them, high value. At the end, they go to the stock market, they make IPO. You know IPO? Initial public offering. It's selling the stock on the market, the currency market, not the currency, the pasar modal sana ya, on the capital market. Then they got capital from many people. So that's why like they try, it's like a game actually. So the real business itself, yeah, it's different model. Like what the UMKM in this SMEs in Indonesia, like SMEs around the world. For SMEs, like we build one by one, step by step. But now the way the game is changed. So I think the modern way of the business model is not same with the game, with the business back to 20 or 15 years ago. I think, yeah, we can discuss further, yeah, someday. All right, anyway, any other?
Any other? Yeah. Please.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is OJ. I am from the Gambia. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity is needed in the 21st century. During your presentation, you did mention about taking risks, putting an innovative team together, having an innovative and creative idea. But for me, the major factor here is access to capital. And my question is centered on access to capital for entrepreneurs. What is your advice for people, young entrepreneurs growing up, having an innovative idea? And what is your advice for them in terms of when it comes to accessibility for capital in order to finance their business? Thank you very much.
That's a very the question that asked by many people actually when we talk about the entrepreneur. I want to start the business, but how can I get the capital? How get the money? Yeah, that's a very common question. But today is the era of crowdfunding. Today is the era of collaboration. Now, if we are talking about the short finance, of course the easiest one is from our pocket. That's the easiest one. But it must have a limitation, right? Definitely you have a limit. Okay, my pocket is not enough. My parents' pocket then. My parents' pocket is not enough. So what can we do? The other easiest way, go to the bank. But go to the bank is not that easy. You need a collateral, you need a reputation, yeah, you need many things for administrative. So going to the bank is of course not easy. But don't try to go to the pinjol. Yeah? It's very dangerous. You go to the pinjol. Pinjol is the illegal fintech in Indonesia. So what is the access for the finance? you can make a collaboration. Now, if we have a very interesting business process, business model, I believe many people would like to invest to our business. Why? Because like now, doing startup business with the what we call it modern model, the modern model, we not discuss like what the step by step the previous business. We are talking about the valuation. For example, if there is a potential business, okay, I will give you 100 million with the valuation, let's say 1 billion rupiah. But once it has a potential to grow, maybe next year the valuation of this company, not only 1 billion, it can be 100 billion. If it is 100 billion, my proportion of money, that 1 million, is not only 100 million, it can be 10 times. Then it's a valuation actually. So that's why like, do not think too much about how to get the capital, but think about how we can improve the business, how we can lead the business. And of course, the collaboration is needed in this day. You cannot do by yourself. We need to collaborate with the other people as far as our business is feasible and also our business is, yeah, of course, profitable. So I think, yeah, of course, capital is important, but in this era, collaboration is also important. I think that's my simple question.
Is it as for your questions? Okay. Okay. Maybe because the time is running out and this stations, I want to say sorry for people who want to ask but couldn't make it. So, once again, I would like to say thank you for Pak Sabil for the great presentation and also for the audience for the wonderful questions. Now, I want to conclude about the presentations. First, how to be entrepreneur is we have to innovative and brave to take risks, and we have to be proactive too because risk is uncertainty, so we have to brave to take that. And innovative is based on your market target, and we should not only focus on the innovation of the project, but also for the business model and the process. And for be innovative, we have to break the rule and collect the ideas from anywhere, believe the impossible, and rely on team. So I think that's all, and I would love to say thank you for everyone. I would give the MC to continue the event. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we back again. We thank Associate Professor Ananda Sabil Hussein, PhD, for providing very inspiring material, and we hope that material delivered can be useful for us. And we also thank the moderators who have moderated the material.
Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Brawijaya proud to present Brawijaya International Student Conference BISC 2022, and this event will be held on December 19 and 20, 2022 at the Vocational and Creative Industry Laboratory Building, Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya. BISC held in hybrid mode, online and offline, and attended by more than 230 international students from 14 countries such as Afghanistan, Gambia, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Pakistan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, the Philippines, South Sudan, Taiwan, Tajikistan, and Yemen. The event consisted of a seminar session, a workshop sessions, apparel sessions, and awarding sessions.
BISC 2022 also display participant student poster in the form of a virtual poster exhibition, which can be accessed online by anyone. With the virtual reality concept, you can explore the showroom to the various participant poster ideas. Link to access, you can visit in the column chat in the Zoom, or you can see in the WhatsApp group.
Exactly. Don't forget to check it out because that was so amazing, right?
Okay, right, Gerald. We are moving to the next agenda, right?
Yes.
We will welcome you back to the participant. After this will be the next one of the material, an extraordinary material which will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz. During the delivery of the material will be led by the moderator. To the moderator, time is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. We meet again. So the next presenter we have Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz. And I would love to read the CV first. Dr. Muhammad Aziz, Doctor Engineering, is a doctorate degree of engineering in Department of Intelligent Machinery and System Engineering of Faculty of Engineering, Kyushu University, and a master's degree of engineering on Department of Intelligent Machinery and System Engineering of Faculty of Engineering in Kyushu University. He also a bachelor's degree of Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, Faculty of Engineering of Kyushu University. He's in international Japanese course of Osaka University and a Department of Electronical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering of Bandung Institute of Technology. Okay, maybe. Good morning, Mr. Sir Aziz.
Thank you very much for today.
Yeah, thank you very
Good
much.
morning.
Good morning. So maybe not wasting time, we would love to hear your presentations. So the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Things I got any problem with the voice. I don't know. It seems that my voice is double. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm Aziz from Tokyo University, and it's my great honors and also pleasures to be invited today. And I just would like to share my screen first. Okay. Can you check my screens there? Does it work well? Okay, seems works well, right? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good mornings. Selamat pagi for all of you. I'm Aziz from Tokyo University, and it is my great pleasure to be invited today. And my talk today, although my background is basically mechanical engineering, and also my research today is really correlated to any kind of energy conversions, or any kind of energy conversion technologies, or etc. But today I just would like to talk more general topics which is correlated to realizing sustainability to the society 5.0, and I'm focusing on the technologies and also the capacity buildings. And I think it is very important issue also to all of us, that we need really to understand what is the difference also between the industry 4.0 and also society 5.0. And also some important points, especially correlated with technologies and also capacity buildings. But please note that because I'm coming from engineering, so maybe my talk will much focus on any kind of engineering aspects and also some correlated issues. And as the introductions, I just would like to introduce our laboratory in Tokyo University, and we are focusing on the energy and process integration technology. And you can also access, for the detailed information, you can access our website, api.is.u-tokyo.ac.jp. And now we are focusing, as I mentioned previously, that we are focusing on energy systems, and some topics are also correlated with any kind of elemental technologies developments, and also some correlated with any kind of process design, and also how to measure the impacts analysis or analyze the impacts to the society, economy, environment, or etc. And we have now currently about 12 students joining us as the regular students, and also 8 students as the visitings, and also some researchers also. So in case that some of you are interested to join us, whether for the regular students or maybe for the visiting students, we are very welcome for that. So as the introductions of my talk today, as we know that now currently we have 2 different paradigms, Industry 4.0, also Society 5.0. Both of them, they share similar things, but actually they are also having any kind of differences. Industry 4.0 comes from Germany, while in the Society 5.0 basically initiated by Japanese. So in Industry 4.0, as I understand, that it is more focusing on the industrial developments. So it started from Industry 4.0, Industry 2.0, and also finally now we have Industry 4.0. But on the other hand, in the Society 5.0, what we have is that we are more focusing on the civilizations, on the humans' development itself. So we are starting from any kind of hunting society, and until now, or usually we call as the super smart society. And it is not only correlated with any kind of information technology, but also how far we can use this kind of technologies, plans together with our creativity and also imaginations to optimize what we can do, and also to optimize our living quality. So in the Society 5.0, I think it is more matching to our conditions, especially for the ASEAN countries. And as we could see over here, is that we are not only focusing on the technological aspect or technological developments. So it is not only talking about digital transformations. Digital transformations are only tools for supporting our developments, our society, social developments. And what we are targeting for is that we are more focusing on how far we can optimize and also utilize maximally our imagination, also creativity. We are coming from different, we are having different backgrounds, different capacities, maybe different, I don't know, like knowledges or etc. But the most important thing over here is that how we can share all of these kind of differences, the capacities and the resources or etc. And finally, we are not only talking about the problem solving, but also in the value creations. The value creation is very important points over years. We are not only targeting for any kind of physical developments, but also social and also maybe economic environmental developments are there. And as I could see over here is that for the Society 5.0, I think it is quite different with the Industry 4.0 itself. In the Society 5.0, I'm also talking about the society. That's all very, very important. And we are really understanding about the resources that we have in our society. That's also including the diversity, as also the previous speaker, I think, also talked about that. The diversity and also the decentralization. So we are not only focusing the developments in the certain city or any kind of big area or something like that, but how far we can have any kind of distributed developments and also decentralizations. And finally, also it is correlated with any kind of resilience. Resilience not only correlated with any kind of physical, but also correlated with any kind of non-physical things. So we can have any kind of more resilient society, including the cultures, including the mindset, including the capacity for all of the stakeholders, and finally also correlated also with the environment itself. And when we are talking about the Society 5.0, because it comes basically from Japanese mindset, and what is really happens in the Japan itself, I think we can share quite similar conditions as the Asian countries, like Indonesians and also others, some Asian countries or maybe some developing countries itself. So we are still facing with any kind of some walls in our society, the ministries, agencies, bureaucracies, administrations, governmental condition, or etc. And so for the legal systems, technologies, social acceptance, human resources. Although we are maybe some people are categorizing us as the developed and also some others developing countries or etc. But basically, as the mindset is that we are still facing this kind of challenging issues itself. So how far we can tackle down this kind of problems to have more facilitated society in all our society itself. And as mentioned previously, that digital transformations is basically the tools. It is not the main target that we are targeting for. So digital transformations over years, it is really more focuses on the physical one. But as I mentioned previously, it is not the main goals. So DX is only the tools. There are some aspects in the DX itself, including the for the energy, maybe we have any kind of green transformations. For the university, we have any kind of university and any kind of company transformations or corporate transformation or etc. But that's only the tool. The main problem is that, and also the main target for all of us is that how far this kind of digital transformations can gear up our culture and all characteristics, and build up, can strengthen our culture and characteristics, and finally can facilitate optimally our capacity and also creativity. And in case that we are talking about the digital transformations, things in case that you are more focusing on any kind of engineering or any kind of physical knowledge or etc. Things we can have any kind of Internet of Things over years to collect the data. So because we are dealing with any kind of big data, we are not only dealing with any kind of some data or some limited data, but finally also we are sharing together mutually the data itself. So we are dealing with any kind of really big data. We need that IoT operators to collect the data, and finally also to process the data using any kind of artificial intelligence or any kind of developed technologies after that, including machine learning or etc. And finally, in case that we have processed this kind of data, finally, how far this kind of data and also this kind of decisions that have been taken down by the AI itself can be utilized by the system. So we need any kind of feedback systems, or usually people call it the robotics. And finally, so to facilitate all of the stakeholders, we need also any kind of ledger technology, distributed ledger technology, including blockchain technology or etc. So when we are talking about the big data, it's really not a small issue. And finally, we are dealing with any kind of volumes of the data is really huge, velocity is really fast, parity, and also various data. And also we are facing with the veracity, we are facing with the true fake data or etc. So how far we can categorize it? Maybe we can have any kind of artificial intelligence, machine learning for the classifications or etc. But this is really not easy task to do that. So although we can have any kind of assistance in our machine learnings, but I think finally it is really not easy things to be done. And this is big data, but I just would like to skip these issues actually. So in case for the national blueprint, I think all of the countries, including the developed and also developing countries, are more focusing on not only for the SDGs, but how far to concretize the SDGs itself. So make this kind of break down the SDGs to be more concrete in our society. And this is the system examples, but I don't want to talk further. So I think it is also related with the speaker when we are talking about the innovations. And I think it's because I think most of you are youngest, early career researchers, students, or anything else. So when we are talking about the innovations, I think we can categorize or classify this kind of innovation into 3 different classifications, including the incremental innovations, disruptive innovations, and finally, this is the biggest one, which is the quantum knowledge creations. So I think for the percentage, I think when we are talking about the incremental innovations, I think it is, it share about 80% of the total innovations. Well, for the disruptive innovation, I think it's about 15%, and for the quantum leap, I think it's about 3% or 5% maximally, I think. So I think although like Japan's and also developed countries, I think we are still more focusing on the incremental innovation. Incremental innovation of areas means that we are doing any kind of developments from the previous technologies or any kind of improvement from the previous technologies. So how the previous technologies can be improved to be more efficient, to be more applicable, or etc. But for the disruptive innovation, it means that we are talking about disruptive things. So the previous technologies becomes obsolete. But for the incremental innovations, the previous technology is still active, still can be used. It is not obsolete. But for the disruptive innovations, the previous technology become obsolete. So you can imagine it's like the first generations or the third generations of the iPhone. When we move from any kind of button-based phones to any kind of smartphones at that times, I think when Apple issued the touch screen-based smartphone at that time, that becomes the disruptive innovations. But after that, the iPhones, which is developed by Apple's, after that, like now, like we have the newest one of Apple of iPhone 14, and it moved previously from 13, 12 or something like that. Basically, that's just only disruptive, and that's just only incremental innovations. Because what? Because we just need added any kind of functions, any kind of some things to be improved. But it is okay. We can use the iPhone 12, iPhone 13, something like that. So it is really different with the first generations of the iPhone itself. It's really different things. But when we are talking about the quantum innovations, it is quite really different. So it's really new technology. So maybe we can categorize it as any kind of like Nobel Prize winner innovation or something like that. So when we categorize or classify the innovation models, I think we are not talking about the right things or the false or something that false or not good, something like that. No, but how far we can categorize ourselves, we can map ourselves, we can understand actually the conditions of ourselves. So we have like disruptive innovations, open system for the conditions itself. So in the horizontal axis, we have any kind of close and also opens. But for the vertical axis, we have any kind of incremental and also for the disruptive one. Some countries like United States, maybe they are more focusing for the disruptive one. So they are more to be more active on that one. So they just jump up or do any kind of something that's leaping the technology beyond that. But unfortunately, like Japan and also some ASEAN countries, I think they are still more focusing on the incremental technologies. And also the condition also still closed. So I think we are also talking about the sustainability not only in the energy, not only in the economy, but also I think in the science and also technology also very important. So what is the main idea over here is that I think I just would like to emphasize one keyword that is very important for you, that solutions oriented. So as I mentioned previously, that in society preference, what we are thinking for is that problem solving, and also how far we can facilitate our creativity and also our imaginations. And finally, the sustainability, we can reach any kind of sustainability in case that we are dedicating our mind, our capacity for solution, for giving any kind of solutions to any kind of conditions. Solutions to the current condition, also solutions for the future. And also we are more focusing on the quantum leap innovations, not only for the incremental. So in case that we can strengthen our innovation for the disruptive and also for the quantum leap innovations, I think the country itself will be much more stronger. And also we need any kind of multi-ways dialogue, communications, and also multidisciplinary, also blendings, and also finally also the capacity itself. And one also keyword which is really important is that the mutual or open innovations. I think although this kind of idea has been issued as quite maybe 40 years previously, the buzzword of the open innovation itself, but now, although like Japan's, we have emphasized this kind of open innovation started from 2010. Yeah, before that, 2005, 2010 actually, and it has triggered the governments to emphasize on the mutual collaborations among the different stakeholders. So it is not only correlated with any kind of university or any kind of companies or maybe some institutions, but actually this kind of open innovation should be inclusive to all of the stakeholders, including also personal or society members. So what we need for the open innovations for here are things we can do several aspects, including the grand design. I think that's very important. We need to set up any kind of grand design in the main scenarios. Like when we are targeting for to reach any kind of carbon neutrality in 2060, how far we can get down this kind of grand design. So we are not only dreaming about the idea for the carbon neutrality in 2060, but the most important task is that how we can actually break down this kind of grand design and also main scenarios for all of us. And also we can define also the key technologies and also find also the knowledge transfer and also knowledge distributions. Knowledge transfer, knowledge distributions, and also most important thing is that knowledge creations. So things I really expect to all of you as the youngest that knowledge creation is very important, not only to master the knowledge, but also to create the knowledge. So it is really different. When we just have any times and also maybe we can have any resources, we can master any kind of, we can develop our knowledge or master any kind of technology. But the problem is that how far we can utilize this kind of technology or our knowledge to be really applicable and also create any kind of impacts in our society. So knowledge creation is very important over years. And also the second aspect is correlated with any kind of the collaboration platform itself. So it must be any kind of mutual conditions. And also we need any kind of, because we need any kind of mutual means that we need to avoid any kind of conflict of interest. And finally, also how far we can realize the collaboration innovation itself. So there are some issues also related with the open innovation platforms, but I think you can also, I would like to distribute my slides because I think I have limited time today. So the main important things, I just would like to explain the main important things related to collective awareness. So we must really have that. And this kind of collective awareness should be shared together. Not only being kept by personal member, but actually need to be shared to all the members itself. And finally, also collected with different stakeholders, as I mentioned previously, that in society 5.0 we need any kind of diversifications. And finally, also it's correlated with any kind of capital flow, how far this kind of knowledge creation and also knowledge itself can be distributed well to all of the stakeholders. Okay, this is the mechanism to promote any kind of open innovation, but it is final things. So I just want to remind to all of us that when we would like to optimize ourselves and also make ourselves to be more deliverable, so we must really understand our capacity, our positions, our functions in the society, and other things. In case that we would like to deliver some things, we must be aware about these three conditions. I mean, three dimensions. The first is about the quality. The second is about the quantity, and finally also about the times. So in case that we can have, I think people, in case that you are working on engineering or any kind of science, something like that, I think you know this kind of pictures or this kind of figures, things. So in case they would like to optimize the deliverability, so we would like to maximize the volumes of these things. So we need actually to combine the different dimensions for here, the different axes, the quality, how far we can have high quality, and also the quantity, how far we can have many things that we can do, and finally also how far we can span, how far we can schedule it. Although we have high quality, but unfortunately, in case that we don't have much time, finally we cannot deliver. We just deliver nothing. And also in case that we have times, but unfortunately the quality is very low, The problem is that we just can deliver something that's maybe very small. That's we must really understand about it. So these three different axes finally lead to our dedications. Okay, dedications about our capacity, dedications about our times, and finally also how far we can schedule or also or maybe to do something more frequently. And this is the things when we are doing something in the collaborations. I think it also correlated with the first speaker. So collaboration is really not easy things. Something sometimes you just maybe focus, collaboration, maybe we can work together, something like that. No, it is quite difficult things. And this is very quite challenging. So for the collaborations, I think I can classify into three different phases. The first is preheating phase. So we need know each other, searching, matching, initial engagement. And so the big challenge is about the second phase, which is the trust building. Trust building, understanding, and also we need to low self-esteem ourselves. And finally, in case that we have passed the second phase, what we need and also what we like to have over here is that the superheated phase. It is the co-creation phase. We are not only collaborating, but the most important thing is that how far we can have any kind of co-creations. So this is the main philosophy that I think is very important. Yeah, it comes from Japanese philosophy, I think, but I think I can share to all of you. The first phase for the collaboration comes from the join. So we work together. We work together. Kyodo. Kyodo means to work together. And the second phase is collaborations. Collaboration means that when we have any kind of some things to be done collectively and also mutually with any kind of certain frame, but it is not the biggest things that we can have. It is not the main target for ourselves. The final things that we need to have is the co-creation itself. We need to build any kind of dedications for the collaboration itself. So co-creations. So all of the stakeholders are asked to have to share all of their capacities and finally to have any kind of sharing benefit to all of us. So this is the co-creations, dedications to all of the stakeholders. This is the sustainable collaborations. I think it is fine. All of you also can understand about that. And when we are talking about the institutions, I think whether we are working for, or maybe as in case that you are students, maybe you are studying at certain university, or maybe you will work for the company in the future or the university itself, or maybe you will have any kind of startup companies or etc. But finally, we need any kind of dedication on it. And the most important thing over here is that the value creations. So how far we can optimize the value creation that we can have, especially in terms of the institution itself. So for the institutions, we can have any kind of how far we can enable the success for the institutions, including the sustainable innovation programs, and also how far we can engage globally. So we are not working locally. We can have any kind of ideas, started from any kind of local ideas. That's fine. But when we are talking about the knowledge, knowledge is very global, and it's applicable to any areas, countries, or etc., or maybe any times. And so how far we can optimize this kind of discovery and solutions, and finally also in case that we would like to amplify our outcomes, means that we need to have any kind of collaborations with other stakeholders. And this is, but I think because all of you all things are not so correlated with the university, but I think the main idea for you is that how far we can help to also optimize the collaboration with the university, companies, or etc. This is also a scheme for collaboration, it's fine. And as the examples for when we are talking about the sustainability, especially in Society 5.0, because I'm coming from mechanical engineering and now I'm focusing on the energy issues. So I just would like to mention in general. So when we are talking about energy, means that we are talking about several aspects in the energy, how far we can create any kind of energy sustainability. So there are three main aspects over years, especially the energy security, energy equity, and also finally the overall sustainability. So for the energy security, we are not only talking about the quality, but the quantity of the energy I can provide for the demands of the energy. But also the important thing is that how far we can provide high quality of the energy. So the paradigms is changed from any kind of quantity aspect to any kind of more both quantity and also quality aspects. And the second aspect is called the energy equity. So we need to include or inclusive to all of the stakeholders. Because what? Because in case that we would like to optimize the energy resources and also the energy distribution, transmissions, and also utilizations, finally, we need to include all the stakeholders, including especially for the renewable energy, because renewable energy is basically widely and also thinly distributed. And finally, we need actually to optimize it to facilitate all the stakeholders to be prosumer. To be prosumer means over here is that to be producer and also to be consumers in real-time manner or simultaneously. And finally, also correlated with the environmental sustainability. So we are not only dealing with any CO2 emissions, but how far we can have more comprehensive nexus between the air quality, soil quality, and so water quality, food, or etc. And I think this kind of sustainability in the energy are also very strongly correlated with the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals that we have. Although some SDGs are strongly correlated, but also some are maybe weakly correlated. So this is the energy transitions, but I think because it is quite technical, but I think the main idea over is that how far now we are in the transitions period. So now some people or many people or maybe most of us are discussing about the sustainability in our society. So how to create that? So it means that now we have the awareness for them. We have the awareness to do any kind of transition, to do any kind of change in our society, not only the energy aspect, but also in other technology, in another economy, environmental, or etc. So for the energy, maybe we can focus on the decarbonizations, on the energy efficiency, on the building the scenarios, or etc. That's very important. And I think because this kind of transitions, we have many concerns. So it is really not easy to do any kind of, or to success any kind of transitions. So we are facing the problems with correlated with environmental, okay, and also the economics. If we are facing with any kind of vested interest, we are, because some companies or maybe some people they are working, they have been settled with conventional systems. And finally, they need to do any kind of something that's really quite challenging. It's quite new for themselves. So how far we can tackle down this kind of vested interest in the society, and also to ensure the society that although they change any kind of new conditions, they still can have any kind of granted jobs, granted economy, granted quality of life, or etc. And finally, also correlated with the social. So this is 5 pillars for the energy sustainability, for the renewability, efficiency, environmental aspects, energy accessibility. So this is very important. Energy accessibility, not only physical things, but also including the economic things. So accessibility in terms of the economy, affordability, you said some people are call it as the affordability, and also the accessibility. So all people, whether in big cities, in big area, and also maybe in remote or islanded area, maybe they can still have the good accessibility to the energy itself. And this is where we are talking about sustainability, but I think it is fine. So this is the some aspect related to the global warmings, but it is fine. I just would like to emphasize that now our concentration for the CO2 increases significantly. So from 2004 until 2016, you can imagine that the concentrations of the CO2 in our global atmosphere has increased about 20 to 30 per ppm, which is really huge. And although we faced the COVID starting from 2020, and yes, because the consumptions in the energy drops significantly, finally also the CO2 emission also drops significantly. The main idea over here is that the CO2 has been decreased Now we are living in 2022. How, whether we would like to move on the conventional trends, which is the huge increase in the CO2 emissions, or we would like to maintain the current situations of the CO2 emission itself. That depends on us. And this is also, when we are talking about the sustainability, finally, also we are talking about the circular economy. How can we not only optimize the circular economy or the distributions inside the society, but also we are having strong concerns about the resources, about the waste. So how far we can minimize the input and also minimize also the output is, and the output means that the waste or any kind of the losses from the systems. And we need to have any kind of adaptive. This is very important keyword for all of us, whether in energy aspects, in economy aspect, environmental aspects, or when we are talking about the transitions, about the change of our society, we are talking about the adaptivity. So we need to have any kind of transitions which is really adaptive, facilitative, okay, adaptive and facilitative. Yeah, okay, we can have any kind of very, very significant change or transitions, but I think I'm afraid that not all people can accept that well. So how far we can facilitate some interest, how far we can have any kind of adaptive, but still very progressive scenarios for our transitions. So like in coding in energy systems, we are not only talking about the power or any kind of energy productions. How far we, as the customer of the energy itself, can change our mindset. So we have also quite similar responsibility to the energy system itself. So we need to change our behavior. So how far we can have a kind of more adaptive behavior in case that the conditions of the energy now is currently is not so balanced. Maybe we need to change our behaviors. We need to avoid very energy intensive consumptions in our households, in our companies, in our offices, or etc. That must be done simultaneously. So how far all the things, when we collect the big data from the systems, finally this kind of big data can be shared to all the stakeholders. So all the stakeholders can have any kind of visualized or any kind of real-time visualizations about the current conditions. Okay, this is also when we are talking about the sustainability, about the technology, about the digital transformations, about the energy. Finally, in the energy also, we combine all of this aspect with any kind of internet of the energy. So as I mentioned previously, that all the stakeholders, whether for production, transmission, distribution, consumptions, finally, they also share their big data simultaneously. So the energy equity over here is finally can facilitate all the stakeholders to take part, to participate well. So finally, the economy is distributed to all the stakeholders. Not only the profit goes to the producers, to the transmitters, to the distributors, but also we, as the customer, we have also the opportunity to be the producers, to get any kind of benefits, to get any kind of economic profit from the system itself. And this is about the technology, but I don't want to talk in detail about this one, about smart city, about the confident smart city or something like that. And also, I think whether you are quite familiar or not, because we are working in the engineering aspect. So now I think it's also quite sexy issues, which is the digital twin technology. So it is more, as I mentioned previously, that we are dealing with the big data, we are dealing with artificial intelligence to process the data, and finally with the robotics, with the distribution or ledger technology. And finally, also this important thing is that how far we can have any kind of digital twin to our systems. So digital twin over here is that finally we can have any kind of our real systems and also the virtual one. The virtual one is very important. So we combine together our real world with our theoretical world over years. Everything cannot be done experimentally. everything cannot be done in the real world itself because the cost is very intensive, or maybe the resource is very intensive, or etc. Finally, how far we can have this kind of real-time combinations between the real world with our virtual world. So as I mentioned previously, we need any kind of IoT monitoring or something like that. We have also big data, and also finally also it's called the cloud computing. Cloud computing means that the artificial intelligence itself, because we are dealing with very big data, and finally this kind of big data can be shared together. Finally, also we need any kind of something that can process that well from different resources. And finally, also we have any other technologies for the extended reality and also artificial intelligence. So this kind of digital twin technology also has been adopted in our energy systems. And also you can imagine that in our energy, that renewable energy is basically fluctuating, whether it is solar, winds, or etc. And also our consumptions of the energy is also fluctuating. But people are asking about the high quality of the energy, so balance the energy. So how far we can have this kind of balance systems while all the resources and also demand itself, they are fluctuating. So we need any kind of prediction technology. So we can have any kind of not only artificial intelligence, but also the digital twin itself. So the system itself finally can optimize themselves. So we have done several research also related with these issues. Finally, how far the system itself can optimize for ourselves. And finally, the stakeholders can be facilitated well, not only as the player for the consumers, for the producers, but also for all of us. So I mean, in case that our household also can also sell the electricity, can also absorb the electricity with very cheap price, or maybe sometimes although we absorb the electricity, we can also earn any kind of economic profit or etc. And this is also some issues called the digital issues and energy systems. And I think some research also have been done connected with this one, like power plant, power generations, how to produce that. And this is very important. So we cannot imagine that in case that we need to do everything experimentally. And for the closings, I think I just have 2 slides for the closing itself. And as I mentioned previously, I just will underline the important developments for ourselves, especially for all of you, which are the youngest or the next generation, maybe for us. So early career researchers, including the students, or maybe some people who have been graduated and now would like to work or have been working for several years, something like that. You are the future leader, and also please dedicate yourself that you will be the role models for the society. And also the important thing is that to have any kind of active and also collaborations among different stakeholders, and also the equity. So please be open with ourselves, be what we mean, be honest with ourselves, and also inclusive. Important thing aspect also cover the open and mutual innovations. That's very important. So to achieve or to optimize the target itself or the goals itself, we need to collaborate. We will need to be really multidisciplinary over years, and we need to be open. Okay, we need to be open. And finally, also how far we can have any kind of community, strong community, especially for the early career researchers, for the youngest, or etc. And this is my last slides, I think. So I just would like to remind to all of you that I think there are 3 important aspects to build our capacity, to build our characteristics. The first is be motivated. It is, yeah, we are facing several problems. We are facing several challenges in our life, maybe something like that. But please, always be motivated. Always be motivated. How far we can motivate ourselves, how far we can also motivate others. So mutual motivation is very important. And the second aspect is the qualifications. So how far we can be qualified globally, not only locally. So we must be honest with ourselves. We must measure ourselves whether, oh, my quality is like this. and how far we can improve our quality and to be renowned and also to be acknowledged by others. And finally, I think this is the most important thing, is that be humble. So humble, not only that, oh, we respect others, no. The important thing of us is that we are really honest to ourselves. So we can have any kind of objective measurements or analysis ourselves. So finally, this kind of three aspects are circulated. They all loop together, they are strengthening each other. Thank you very much for all of your attentions today. And in case that you have any questions or maybe comments, it's my pleasure to have discussion with all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry, I think you are still muted.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for Mr. Muhammad Aziz for the great and insightful presentations. Now we will dive into the Q&A session. So to all of the audience who want to ask the questions, please just raise your hands. Or if you want, or for the participants in Zoom meeting, you can also write down the questions on the chat box. Okay. Please.
Right, thank you. My name is Havino Palakasalan. I'm from Universitas Gadjah Mada. So previously you're talking about innovation, and one of which is disruptive innovation. You are assuming that disruptive innovation is better than incremental innovation. But the main problem is, I think, disruptive information is it is disruptive. So it is disrupt the pre-existing paradigm or innovation. So there will definitely be a challenge for the innovation. And so how will we overcome the challenges from the pre-existing innovation or paradigm? And the second question is, when we have made our innovation, how do we sustain it so that we resist of other disruptive innovation? I think that is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Maybe I'll leave it to Mr. Muhammad Aziz to answer to it. Can you hear me, sir?
Okay, sorry, I cannot unmute myself actually. So, I don't know, I cannot catch actually clearly. I think Mas Mahlan, right? I don't remember the names. But okay, the first question I think is related with disruptive innovations. I don't think that disruptive innovation is really much better. Both incremental and also disruptive innovations, they are strengthening ourselves. Sorry, I think, can you mute yourself, moderator?
Pardon?
Because my voice is double.
Oh, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. So, what I really understand is that although some countries they are more focusing on the disruptive innovations, some countries also still focusing on the incremental. Yeah, like when we share, like positions of Japan and United States, they are very different. I think in United States maybe they are more focusing on the disruptive, while the share for the incremental maybe about 50, and while the disruptive is about 40%, and finally about it's about 10% or something like that. But for Japan's definition is really different. We still have about 80% for the incremental, and also maybe 15% for the disruptive, and finally for the quantum is only 5%. But in case that we can have any kind of education, you can imagine, like what we have with Toyota, with some kind of manufacturing companies in Japan, they can have, although they are focusing on incremental innovation, finally they are the winner for like energy efficiency in the car, etc. So in case that we can have quite long dedications, finally also incremental innovation can lead to any kind of very excellent conditions. But I think that also depends on the characteristics of the community itself. How far the community can facilitate well this or can balance this kind of different innovations. So in United States, the competition is very high, I think, and I think some people would like to be, I don't know, like stronger or better than others. And while in Japan, we are like people with more egalitarian mindset. So we are sharing together. So that's why the incremental innovation becomes the most, I think, the largest share in Japan itself, and for the United States, it's very different. But things like when we are talking about our country, like Indonesia, something like that. So we need to define what is the best balance in this one. In case that our society is already ready to support any kind of disruptive innovation, it's really fine. It's really better. But in case that we don't have much strong, like what we call the base for the incremental innovations, and we just move forward for the disruptive innovations, I think finally it is really difficult to control. So it's not in case that we don't have any strong basic incremental innovation, and finally we just move forward for the disruptive one. I'm afraid that the society itself cannot be controlled well, and the competition inside the society itself finally is uncontrolled position. So that's also the things that sometimes I am afraid about that. And the second aspect is question, I think, is related with sustaining the innovation itself. So in my talks, I think you can also summarize it. Things, yeah, it really depends on the functions that we have now. In case that I'm a researcher and also I am a docent in the university, so sustaining my capacity, I think that's very important. The identity of the researcher and also our dedication to any kind of research to earn any kind of, or maybe to share our results to all the society. I think that's also very important. But in case you are different player, like for the company, for the startup, for the startups player or something like this, your functions will be quite different. So you must really understand about it. So, but in general, I think, as I mentioned previously, the capacity building is very important. The collaboration is also very important. And finally, also what we can share in the future. So the sharing for the future is also very important aspect to be shared together. Open innovations to all of us is very important. So you cannot move forward by yourself. So never think that, oh, in case that we would like to have like the largest profits. So finally, we just work by ourselves. No. Finally, in case that we can work together mutually, finally, the largest profit also can be shared together. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Did it already answer your question? Okay, maybe we'll move into the next questions. Please raise your hand if you have questions. Or the committee, can you please help me open the chat box? Okay, sir, maybe I would like to ask a question to you. How does Society 5.0 implemented in Japan, and how it give impact to the society? Can you please give me insight about that?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. And that's very difficult questions actually, because we are not only talking about 1 year or 5 years, 10 years, so we are talking about the civilization itself. So how far the society 5.0 has given positive impacts to the society. Yeah, but now currently because the move, the idea from society 4.0 to society 5.0, I think just has been issued 5 years ago. So, but what I just can share to all of you is that correlated with what will happen. Things, the system is quite different, it's quite changing now. And like in society 4.0, I think people finally still thinking about how far they can optimize their capacity by themselves. But now in society 5.0, because the administrations and also the policies from the government is quite changing. The governments finally, they issued any kind of what we call as the prerequisite for issuing kind of funding or support, that any kind of project must be done as the collaboration between or among different stakeholders. So I think that's the things that's very important, although that's very small things, but it can ignite any kind of open innovations in the society. So now currently we are still moving on that, how we can concretize and also how we can achieve the main goals for the society for 5.0 itself. So maybe society 5.0 will last about 50 years, 100 years in the future. That includes several aspects, several fields in our life maybe, but for also including for the energy systems also, I think we have also some current scenarios in 2050, 20100 or something, or maybe beyond that. So I think that's also very important aspects, but the things that I can share finally is about the open collaborations and also clear grand designs toward the futures after 2050, after 2100 or etc. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you for the answer, sir. Okay, we have another questions in Zoom meeting. Let me read it for you. My name is Ali Al-Makari from Yemen, master graduate of chemical engineering for Undip. And my paper is discussing the same idea about energy and emissions. We are talking about innovations and future, but what about first world class, which is rolling the energy sector, the first developing countries to obey the law in order to reduce GHG emission, while developed countries are the main source of emissions. So why do we need to be involved in such issue while they can only reduce the energy consumptions as they do right now because of the war in Ukraine? Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Always is quite sensitive, but I think we must understand from quite general aspects first. So we are talking about the responsibility. We are talking about the independency. So I'm coming from Indonesia, and now I'm working in Japan actually. So when we are, when I'm living in Japan, what I need to do over here is that we must aware about our responsibility. So as the developed country, I think the most important thing from the developed countries is that their own responsibility. So we are talking about the CO2 emissions, about the environment, about the energy, or etc. Finally, the countries that have biggest responsibility is the developed countries. So although some countries these kind of developed countries, they have their own scenarios, but they must also understand that to achieve their success in development itself, finally, they also have maybe, I don't know, they have also experienced several conditions previously, and that's maybe being experienced also by any kind of developing countries now. Especially like Japan, we can imagine like in 1950, the condition is quite similar or with any kind of developing countries, probably in Asia. So as the developed countries, I think they need to really understand about their responsibility. While for the developing countries, what we need to do is that we are not laying largely to any kind of developed countries. So we need to have any kind of our own scenarios. So sorry, I think my voice is doubled. I don't know whether it's quite clear or not.
It's
But
clear just here.
yeah, I think it's clear because you are there, but I don't know, like people who are joining via Zoom, whether it is my voice is double or not. I don't know, but it's okay. That's okay. So as the developing countries, the most important aspect of it is that building any kind of on scenarios or on I don't know, like dependency or something like that. Sorry. On scenarios. Yes, it is double echo. There's an echo. So it is better in case that the moderator can mute yourself. It's okay. 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 So this kind of scenario is very important. So, and also bypassing the technology, bypassing the policy. I think that's also very important. So, developing countries doesn't need actually to follow what developed countries experienced previously. In case that we just follow the experience from the developing countries, finally we need a very long time for that. So bypassing the development itself is very important. But the main challenges of our area is that how far we can do that, how far we can understand the cutting edge technologies, the cutting edge policies to achieve the cutting edge development. And that's our big task. But so the independency and also our capability to bypass the development is very important for the developing countries. I think that's 2 points that's very important. Thank you very much for your questions. Sorry, you are muted. Yeah, it's quite problematic, but I think that's really much better.
Yeah, can you hear my voice?
Sure, now it's very clear.
Okay. Okay, I would like to thank you for user because of the answer and also for the one who gives the questions. Maybe I would love to give you some one last questions. Is it possible for students to get international grant to do research?
Okay, thank you very much. There are many opportunities. So never thinks that, I think that the weakness in our country, I think students, they are always trying to get the scholarship first and then they go abroad. But actually the opportunities, the largest opportunities can be obtained after we go abroad. Okay, that's very important. We must really understand about it. That's the first thing aspect. The second aspect is correlated how far we can ensure our collaboration partner to maybe to facilitate us. So there are some opportunities in this one. Yeah. How far we can classify that? I mean, the grants itself. Yeah, in case that the grants is for the research itself, I think the grant issuer, I think they need any kind of I don't know, like CV or something like that, the good CV or something like that, and that's quite challenging for students, I think. But I think we need to do according to our capacity. As the student, maybe you need to have any kind of support for your like exchange, for your like further studies, for to be graduate levels, to graduate level master or maybe PhD or something like that, things. But there are many opportunities. So just as the example, in case that like in Japan, in our university, it really, I don't know whether our university is quite similar with other universities in Japan or not, but for our university, the opportunities given to the students before they go to Japan itself is very small. because basically that comes from the big governments and also from the big companies. But in case you are expecting to get any kind of scholarship in our university, you come here and you have passed the screening and you have been accepted as the student itself. Things for the financial support itself, there are many opportunities. And as I mentioned previously, that the opportunities becomes larger when you came over a year. So I think that's really different. So like I don't racist over years. I'm not racist over years, but we can learn from like Chinese students or something. The Chinese students usually they apply first, and then after coming to Japan or after coming to their universities, finally they will get any kind of support. And because now currently especially for the PhD students, basically the grant support is basically provided by the governments, by the universities, and also by the companies. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you for the answer, sir. I hope it'll give courage for some students to do research outside their country. So maybe that's all about the Q&A sessions. I would love to say thank you again for Mr. Muhammad Aziz for the great presentations, and to all of the audience for the wonderful questions, and thanks for give some effort to listen to this presentations. Okay, that's all for today. I would love to give it to the MC to
Thank you very much for today.
To continue the event. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank to the speakers, which is Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Muhammad Aziz, for giving very insightful material. And we also want to thank to the moderators who have guided the presentations of the material. And ladies and gentlemen, me and Audrey would like to remind to all of you, to every participants to do an absence that is in the chat Zoom column. And we would like to inform also after the break, you have to come back at 1 p.m. and do the absence link that given again in the chat Zoom column. Also for the participants offline, if we back to the next session after the break, we can do the absence link again. The form is on the registration table, okay?
Okay. The next agenda that we will see the performance from authentic and talented
Wow.
student from Brawijaya, Universitas Brawijaya. Okay, after this, don't forget we will get ready for the next material, and before that we will have a break isoma, and we need to back again into this event at 1 p.m.
Yes, exactly, Audrey. So
Okay, please enjoy the performance.
Hi guys, welcome back again with me. That now I'm not emceeing, but I will entertain you all with some of performance. So please enjoy my singing performance. And the first song will be the most heard songs in 2022, which is Taing Inusay from Keisha Laforca. So please enjoy my performance.
Berdiri ku memutar waktu. Teringat kamu yang dulu ada di sampingku setiap hari, jadi sandaran ternyaman saat ku lemah, saat ku lelah. Tersadar ku tinggal sendiri. Merenungi semua yang tak mungkin bisa ku putarkan kembali seperti dulu. Ku bahagia tapi semuanya hilang tanpa sebab. Kau hentikan semuanya. Terluka dan menangis, tapi ku terima semua keputusan yang telah kau buat. Satu yang harus kau tahu, ku menanti kau tuh kembali. Jujur ku tak ingin engkau pergi, tinggalkan usai di sini. Tak tertahan air mata ini mengingat semua yang telah terjadi. Ku tahu kau pun sama seperti aku, tak ingin cinta usai di sini. Tapi mungkin inilah jalannya, harus berpisah. Terluka dan menangis, tapi ku terima semua keputusan yang telah kau buat. Satu yang harus kau tahu, ku menanti kau tuh kembali. Tinggalkan semua di sini. Ku tahu kau pun sama seperti aku, tak ingin cinta usai di sini. Tapi mungkin inilah jalannya, harus berpisah. Berharap Sebab suatu saat nanti kau dan aku kan bertemu lagi, seperti yang kau ucapkan sebelum kau tinggalkan aku.
Yeah, and the second song is Western song, which is you will know, guys, because this is the most memorable songs from John Legend. And it's All of Me. Please enjoy.
What would I do without your smile, mama? Driving me in and you kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. Head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curve and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm win. 'Cause I'll give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you cry, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around to every move. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's real.